Hi. Hello. You ever have, like, before we even go into the game at all, I got stuff to talk about. You ever update a thing, and you update the thing, and then suddenly the thing is worse? Because, last Armored Core stream was a while ago. And that's because the last time I was planning to play, OBS updated and broke everything. So I had to unupdate it to get the game to show up at all. This is a consequence of anti-cheat stream video hook things, such that you can actually record the screen and get the screen capture without the game thinking that you're using some sort of cheating software. So that's why there was no Armored Core last week, in case you were wondering. As for right now, Excels has also updated, and this has caused it to not innately boot, but require shenanigans to boot, and I don't got the time or effort to do those shenanigans. So I'm putting that shenanigan effort on you. It's up to you now to boot up Excels. Because I can't do it anymore. It's just how it's gonna be. It's also really buggy, so more duct tape than usual. If it completely breaks, then that's fine. We won't have to worry about it. You may see now that instead of regular Excels, there's like a rectangle there. You're gonna have to figure this one out. I got like a game to play. Maybe check the redemptions or something. I don't know. Speaking of everything, another thing happens to be breaking on my side, so that's like doubly awesome. It's good. Good. Looks like Casella figured something out. That's all right. That's fine. That's good. As I like casually panic to get everything operational and in working order. Don't boot it too fast. You know what? As we're waiting for things to happen, let's move to the game. There is a game here. Congratulations on pressing every button, Lark. Oh, wait, I just realized something's broken. Where's the chat? Found the chat. We're good. We're good. Okay. Are we good? Not everything is good. Okay. I no longer understand what is going on. Not focusing too hard on that as we look at this lovely cityscape and sort of distract from all of the problems going on. This is the most scuffed stream I've ever had. Well, we'll try and live. We'll do our best to try and live. Either way, let's get back to the actual main event. Here we have Rusty and Rusty. That's right, we're back with Arena Royale. Acela, your streams are like a very well-contained stuff. Like, it's accounted for. It's in the equation. And we've got Skill Haze. It's Rusty, everyone's favorite pile of rust. Everyone's favorite 9-ball. This is not true. My favorite 9-ball is Cherno. I have not played the other Armored Core games, so I might have more opinions on their 9-balls, such as the ones actually called 9-ball. But that's fine.
Destroyed. Concluding evaluation. Well done.
Great. Oh, what the frick. Something is clearly broken. I disagree on the game volume. Game volume is as loud as it's always been. Unless everything is like catastrophically destroying around me, which is possible. The more I look, the more I see things are going wrong. Which is unfortunate. Will be a sector, but my volumes look correct. They're at the same nonsense levels they've always been. Oh, well, of course you're going to struggle to hear me during the big booms. There's big explosions and I'm hesitant and talking in a concerned voice because things are breaking. And I don't know why they're breaking. The stream is going to have to, like, double as a... just a test of all of the systems. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I just solved a bug on my end of things. You know, it's fine if this particular stream is just a mess of different systems trying to struggle to be good. We're all doing our best. We're all doing our best. In fact, I need to step away from the controls for a second so I can continue to do my best in brand new, never before seen ways, because everything is breaking. Everything's broken. Now, this will give you time to load everything. There's a lot to load. Okay, let's see. I think I fixed whatever it was. System updates, man. Everything's broken, and I tried everything, and it was broken, and now it's less broken, but, like, it's still really freaking broken. They gotta be messing with stuff that's working. Anyway. With that out of the way, let us go back to our checklist. We're up to Steel Haze, and we just beat Steel Haze as Steel Haze. So that is Steel Haze off of the list. We shall now proceed from the start to do all of Steel Haze, as is the general method of doing this. That said, we have already beaten Hermit as Steel Haze, so we can skip that one. What is the Steel Haze style? The Steel Haze style is kind of similar to Joy's Guard in the broadest sense, insofar as that you're shooting an enemy with bullets, you want to stagger them out with the bullets, and then you want to hit them with a fancy melee combo. The difference is that the weapons of Steel Haze are designed to be at a bit longer range, which makes it therefore a little harder to get the melee combo in, because on average you want to go into the melee combo while you're at a longer range, because that's just where you happen to be when the enemy is staggered. So it's a little tricky, I think. Also, the weapons being designed for more long range are not as powerful innately for inducing stagger in the same way that the double pistols of Joy's Guard are. Also, the missiles don't really help on stagger, more so as they just provide, like, area denial weaponry at long range.
Arena combat
All of that is just sort of a little different. But I don't think there's much new to learn here. Except for, like, the innate workings of being Steel Haze specifically. Even better for me is that we have assault armor on this thing, which means I am in my element in terms of core expansion. Not that I plan on needing it all that much, but it might be useful against certain particular opponents. Chartreuse, etc., etc., etc. You know, anyone with a shield. That loading bar is looking pretty loaded. Let's see what's gonna happen. Direct your attention to the top left corner of your screen. Behold! Excels has been activated. Congratulations. Okay, we did Mad Stomp, we did Burn Pickaxe. Gun 6 Red was done a long time ago. Time for Bitter Promise. You did it. You've activated Excels. Thank you very much.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation.
Yeah, due to an unfortunate bug in the way I did this. In particular, the fact that for testing, I was using the starting an ad run as a way to test completion of the load in my, like, programming of integrations and stuff. I forgot to remove that, so it accidentally turned on all of the redemptions while the ads were running because I left that in. So there were a few pixels there that I was not intending. It was just supposed to be a cyan and light gray, you know, steel haze for the appropriateness of the situation. Well, that's what happens with new versions. They're too new. Shoutouts to Simple Flips. Big fan, by the way. Inspiration to me to be a diabolical evil mastermind and possibly play TTT in Gary's mod.
Activating combat mode.
And the crash has come. The pixels are now randomized. The canvas has been shuffled. Welcome to the canvas of Babel.
AP at 50%.
You intend to fix it? Congratulations on fixing it. Future congratulations for when you fix it, provided that you actually succeed at fixing it.
Main system activating combat mode.
I should make there actually be a reward for expand. The channel redemption, I mean. Because right now it just doubles in price, but I feel like I want it to be sort of like a King of the Hill thing. Where, like, the person who most recently redeemed it gets, like, the credit for being the most recent redeemed. And so, like, in order to usurp them as the throne holder, you gotta spend more. Right now, Thig is just making it cost more for the fun of making it cost more. But there should be a way in chat to, like, acknowledge that effort.
Target destroyed. Concluding evaluation. Well done.
Almost forgot to quit the program. Yeah. You've set the high bar. We'll just remember that you're the one who expanded it to the full expand for right now. Until Lark, who has way more points than you, just suddenly busts in with like a 4,000 hog point redemption
Arena combat
and just takes it.
Main system activating.
But for right now, Lark's working on repairing Excel, so I think you've got some time. I would prefer Excels to be the platform of, like, combat and usurpation, like the place where people fight to make their own creative vision happen or just to sabotage each other's. In the same vein as the Reddit place that it is vaguely inspired by. Now, in truth, the true inspiration for Excels was inside a star-filled sky, but the original idea was not very interesting for a stream that had nobody watching. So Excel's going toward the direction of place was a bit of a compromise to make it actually interesting. And you know what? It's pretty good.
Arena combat.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
So I don't know if I'm sort of competing by myself by making Expand's future design also a competitive battlefield for points usage. We'll see, we'll see. Aside from the high-paced combat of Armored Core 6 and me fighting all of the robots at once, I like these Arena Royale streams. It's just sort of like a casual affair. I'm just here, I'm just chilling, I'm fighting robots and talking, because for some reason performing an action makes it easier to talk. It's just that little bit of extra stimulation that your mind gets to wander comfortably. It's a pleasant effect. One of the reasons why I enjoy streaming as a medium, for me, the presenter. It can be chill and sort of stream of consciousness-y.
Main system.
Not to say that I don't like constructed, proper, designed events. See Excels. It's just that today is for relaxation. Violent, armed mech combat is for relaxation. Now you know. Boom. Because the reload on the blender weapon is lower, I can't do the Joyous Guard double knife thing. Darn. But we're chilling. I expect things to go generally better for us until we get to things like Tester or Trainer. The higher up the arena, the stronger the ACs, generally speaking. It's why they're higher in the arena. But that means that the job gets vaguely easier for me as we go on. This is now a podcast. We need a sponsor. That is true. It does have the linear rifle, and it's a well-rounded, solid AC. That's one of its advantages. It's also what makes it a good opponent for testing, because you got a little bit of everything, but not like oppressively so. Tester though, it's kind of just like a weird alt loader 4. Bit bulkier. But also slower. I think maybe I'm more worried about the awkward cobbled together mess of like Corporation or Rubiconian.
Arena combat.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
I don't remember with Steel Haze. You gotta swap weapons so you got both guns out. Ah, the bang building. I miss my knife with Joyous Guard. I keep trying to play Steel Haze as Joyous Guard, and it just doesn't work because I don't have my knife or my double pistols, and I gotta like sit here for an extended period of time jumping around. Vega, did you try to color Excel blue but pick the wrong letter? Gotcha. If you're trying to make it blue, it's the letter U. It works off of, like, Magic the Gathering's lettering system. Oh, you know, you're trying to make it yellow. Okay. Wait, why don't you pick B for yellow? What kind of Azerty keyboard are you using? Okay, that was Iguazu. Time for Rokumonsen.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program, number 18.
Main system activating combat mode.
You know, I haven't really respected the fact that Rokumonsen's AC uses the same parts as Tsubasa. Like, I was saying all those rude things about Tsubasa, and here we have Rokumonsen doing some great work with that frame. At least for, like, the arms and legs. I think the core might be Mind Alpha. Can't tell from this distance. I also don't remember. Gone. Wait, let's take a look. Wait, you can still look. Okay. I'm looking. Okay, definitely the... Oh yeah, that's Mind Alpha. And then what's the name of the Tsubasa frame type? But that for everything else. Man, I can't look at it without breaking my thing. Granite? No. Volta.
Main system activating combat mode.
I think one of my bad habits in Armored Core fighting with a general AC is that I do not use the missiles nearly as often as I should. I'm so used to using the Trunos or just general direct weapon attack weaponry that I don't have the mindset of firing the missiles just casually. It's not something I think to do. And for something like Steel Haze, which is like depth over time in this very particular way, I kind of need that extra damage. Or at least it helps. Either as damage or as a deterrent to sort of force my opponent closer. Speaking of which, something else I forgot to mention is that I've modified Joyous Guard a little more. All I did was change the missiles from the single launch split missile to the largest dual, like, flanking missile. The one with 6. And I did that because its fire rate, like launch to reload to lock on, is really fast. And I was told by some random people on the internet that it's a really good missile. So I thought, why not? And I was very surprised at the amount of impact the missiles provide just by hitting. So if they hit, they really hit. So I'm hoping to use that for General Joyous Guard shenanigans. Speaking of which, I think I've gotten to the point where I actually enjoy fighting as Joyous Guard more than as Tidewater. That's not to say I'm win more with Joyous Guard, I most certainly do not. But that sort of like close range, like zippy back and forth, shoot the bullet type deal, I think is a lot more fun than Tidewater, because Tidewater nowadays with just the opponents I tend to fight, feels like I'm trying to swat a fly. Like I gotta employ fly swatter strats. Because as enemy opponents have gotten more skilled, they've very much improved their ability to dodge me. And Tidewater is all like very specific hit or miss weapons. You cannot miss with Tidewater or you're losing so much opportunity. So the fact that as Joyous Guard I can be the fly is a bit more enjoyable in a casual setting. That's just sort of the vibe I'm getting. Tidewater is most certainly still my main, though.
Combat active.
Main system.
It's the
Activating
one I'm
combat
good.
mode.
It's the one that's most general purpose, usable against any type of opponent. Joyous Guard does not win against people at long range. We did it.
Target destroyed.
Digga, why'd you say oi? Angle, time for chatty.
Arena combat.
Oh yeah, I
altitude
don't
evaluation
really worry
program.
about those anymore because they just get banned immediately. It's a self-solving problem. And they don't even get a chance to appear on the actual Screams Excel's chat menu/window, so it's not even canon. We don't gotta worry about some non-canon stuff. If you're saying 0,5, I'm assuming you're saying half a second. And if it's half a second, then that's honestly really good.
50%.
Like, sometimes I'm worried it's like 4 or 5 seconds. So half a second is nice. Very unexpected for your particular internet strength. Boom. Didn't work. Didn't work. Get off the ground. Get off the ground. I ain't lose to the circus. I didn't lose to the circus. No, maybe you're having more luck with updated stuff than I am. Your internet updated and got good. Okay, we're starting to get into more powerhouse enemies, and that's going to enter us into the problem of Steel Haze being extremely fragile.
Arena combat aptitude evaluation program number 13.
Condolences on your low fidelity I assume Armored Core, all the explosions and stuff, the bitrate is probably suffering for anyone that doesn't have a good internet connection. My apologies to you, Lark. Why didn't I do the second thing? I guess I just used the timing. I'm familiar with Joyous Guard. And in my mind, the attack would have been over already. I would have done already 3 slices. Oops. Tsubasa down. Time for O'Keefe.
Arena
Main system activating.
Why is it
combat
O'Keefe
mode.
V3 when Rusty's higher on the arena? Test in a solo. Sword. Sword victory. I mean, you're all on different computational devices. It's gonna be different among you. Also, if it's bad, it's not my fault.
Arena combat aptitude.
Main system activating combat mode.
What do you think the AC6 characters' opinions on Among Us are? Like, who would like it, who would meme it, who would, like, etc. I think Carla would try to convince Walter to play it, but Walter would not enjoy it because he did not like the, like, festering paranoia he's feeling towards literally everyone. Like, I don't think that's healthy for a person like Walter. Kind of like Quint. Quint doesn't want to play Among Us a lot because it's, like, too stressful. Either you're deceiving or you're being deceived, and there's a lot of pressure there. Quint's preferred game of that nature is the one where everyone's in an office, because the funniness, the comedy of just the office scenario and the role-playing involved is a lot more the focus than actually winning.
Activating combat mode.
I've never played it, though. That particular one, not Among Us. I played Among Us. I don't remember the name of that game. It's like Dale and Dawson. So I don't know. It's the Office Among Us. You look up Office Among Us, you'll find it.
50%. AP at 30%.
Dale and Dawson stationery supply. Thank you. No, I just needed one more kick.
Main system activating.
What is a
combat
stationery supply? Like paper? Printers? Staplers? What would an office like that provide to the general public? Ow! I know that for, like, the narrative weight of it all, that Nightfall Raven has to look a lot like Loader 4 Raven superficially,
50%
but
AP.
really they should have made Nightfall this guy. Like, the real... I think of all of the people in the arena, the one that gives me, like, the most lethal struggle is Dead Sled. There we go. Now, to be honest, Nightfall Raven with the freaking Ashmead is hilarious and extremely intimidating the first time you get hit by it. Wait, we already did Rusty. Start Milktooth. Like, you will get pile bunkered to oblivion. And it is, if it happens, it is the most intimidating thing.
Main system activating combat mode.
Because for a lot of people, myself included, you probably don't even know about the pile bunker's charge shot. Because you're a fool and don't remember that melee weapons have a charge shot involved. Rusty would not play Among Us. If Rusty played Among Us, he would be paranoid the whole time that his real, actual Rubicon Liberation Front archivist cover would get blown. Because then everyone would know what he's like when he deceives people, and then, like, Snail or whatever would realize that it's just him normally. Rusty cannot play Among Us. It would jeopardize the mission.
50%.
However, he would really like to. If we're in, like, a post... Like... If we're in a post-Reach the Coral Convergence timeline, then Rusty would absolutely play Among Us. Rusty and 621 would make, like, those, like, alliances based on nothing, but just like, hey, buddy, let's go to Wires together. Good chunk of the Liberation Front would be way too sentimentally attached to the people involved and would just sort of like implicitly, subconsciously trust their fellow members even when the evidence is piling up against them. Broken Munsen would definitely go directly after anyone who puts any amount of sus on CE. And then ZE by extension would just like blindly accuse everybody. I think Pater would actually have a chill time with it.
Main system activating combat mode.
Swinburne, the one you're gonna have to watch out for. I forget if the charge shot for the Ransetsu charge shot is good or not. If there's one thing I know about the Ransetsus, it's that way back when I first started learning about, like, multiplayer design considerations, I read somewhere that one Ransetsu is amazing and the other is terrible. I don't know if that's still true. I don't know which one is which. Maybe they've changed either with the meta or with patch notes, balance patches. That's just what I know. I haven't really used either that much.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program.
Which one do the Liberation Front cadets use?
Activating combat mode.
Z uses bazookas, Index uses bazookas. RF. Is RF the one with charge or without charge? Without charge. So this one's the good one. Air close. Blender has arrived. I think I should separate the Blender's melee weapons. I need a more concrete way to refer to one or the other. Because there's this and then the laser sword. The one Hawkins has. I feel like one of them should be the blender proper, and I think it should be the Hawkins one. And then this one's like the coffee grinder. Then again, a blender actually like liquefies stuff if you blend it enough. I just, in my mind, a coffee grinder machine is smaller. I don't actually know if that's true. There's a lot I don't know about coffee.
Arena combat.
Main system activating combat.
How does it
mode.
work? Why do you run water over the beans instead of just putting the beans in the drink? How does that provide any amount of, like, taste at all? Wouldn't it just become water if it's going through another filter? What is an espresso? I don't know, okay? I want to know. I'm out here using the coffee grinder melee weapon, and I decided I don't know if that's accurate or not, so I'm expositing on my lack of knowledge about coffee. Now, somebody who is unfamiliar with me might say, oh, well, does that mean you're a tea person? No, I know even less about tea. Why is it in a bag? Why doesn't it use the coffee treatment? How do you have an acidic liquid that is water?
Main system.
I don't know these things. How would I know these things? Like you, who has consumed drinks of the coffee or tea or just like bean in general variety, you're used to it just because of exposure. But you take one step back, there's a lot of mysteries there. I don't think you're comprehending.
Main system activating combat mode.
Like it's like a dry material, but you're straining it through water to make the water less clean. Like, what the heck is going on there? What decides what makes it good? Is it just like the subjective taste? Who was the first person to realize that you could like grind up coffee beans and put it in a liquid and make it good? Like, how many processes do you have to go through? Why don't you do that with other beans and or nuts? Are coffees beans? They look like they're nuts in that they're solid, vaguely hard. Like, I'm thinking of like a cashew or something. I don't actually know if cashews. I don't know anything. The entire like spectrum of foods and drinks and stuff is very foreign to me. I'm gonna have to admit this.
Final arena
This is gonna turn into a stream, or an entire streaming career of me just getting roasted over my rampant ignorance of the nature of food and food preparation and meals. Okay, so you roast coffee beans, that's the thing you do? Is that why coffee beans are brown? Because they've been, like, burnt to a crisp for some reason? Or is, like, roasting them a different thing? Can you eat them just as the bean? I'm vaguely aware that Shadow the Hedgehog does that. Just from, like, cultural osmosis. Ooh, green. So can you, like, roast other beans and use that as a not coffee coffee? Like, say, like peas? Limas?
Integration program.
Main system activating combat mode.
Can you do that with nuts? Okay, maybe the only reason that coffee beans remind me of nuts is because they've been roasted. In the same way that somebody might not realize the connection between corn and popcorn because they look so different. Okay, so soy milk is a type of coffee then?
AP at 50%.
Soy coffee.
At 30%.
I'm getting my butt kicked in multiple directions, multiple vectors, multiple different mediums.
Integration program.
Main system activating combat mode.
Hold on, we have to pause this soy coffee conversation for a little bit so I can fight Mind Alpha. Mind Alpha's a little tricky. I need focus for this. Acela is totally gonna get Armored Core and play Armored Core and become the best player at Armored Core ever. Specifically for the purposes of kicking my butt over this drink discourse. But I bring this upon myself. I am the kind of person who will ask the silly, arbitrary philosophical questions, including but not limited to what legally qualifies as a sandwich, is oatmeal a cereal, etc., etc.
Integration program.
Main system activating.
Like, I will do those. I will ask those questions. I am like the key person who will ask those questions, and it really is from a point of like excited explorations of the concepts of categorizations and stuff. I'm sorry for not reacting to the Soseki Natsume art. It was very nice art. I'm just not used to like socializing in a very casual way. I'm very vocal and expressive and communicative, speaking verbally like this, but I do not talk how I type. I do not type how I talk. They're very different modes of conversation. I'm very, like, succinct and formal, barely talking at all in text form. It's in vocal speech that I'm more, like, relaxed and actually have a personality. And I appreciate being sent random nonsense. I just don't know how to respond to it. I'm not psychologically, like, primed to know how to do that. And so I'm like, oh no, what do I say? And then I don't. It's not like I stress out over it. It's if my mind goes blank and no response happens. Give the Mind Gamma to have a shield and to basically be Iguazu, but with all mindy parts. Gotcha. Okay, we're running out of targets, so let's do Institute. I know I skipped over Rubiconian and Corporation and Tester and Trainer. That's normal. I do that.
Integration program.
That's normal.
Main system activating combat
We're ahead of
mode.
schedule is why. Despite all the technical problems, we are ahead of schedule. I think that was a smart move, just doing the assault armor there. Just get the job nice and clean and done and finished and ended. Okay, next up we go into the heavy hitters. It's time for Nightfall. No, I mean my assault armor. That I used it at the end of the melee combo.
Main system activating combat mode.
Because I knew they had terminal armor and also they were stuck in a corner. I misread your statement as like a really weird spelling of I misunderstood instead of what you actually tried to say, which was I'm stupid. No, I don't agree that you're stupid. You are not a dumb. You are occasionally a silly. But so am I. One of my endearing character traits. The stupid day.
Raven, oh my.
Main system activating combat mode.
I feel like maybe Italian. Not really arena fights you get a rematch for. That's the fun with terminal armor. It makes you look like a real fool when it doesn't save you.
Raven.
It's either the sort of cheap trick that gets you the win in a nail-biting race to the finish, or just something funny like that happens and you feel like a silly. You like it a lot. I know this about you. Oh, you should have went for that blade, buddy. You really should have went for that blade. Here, take one of mine. I got two. Actually, I think it's like one exhaust vent of like jetted laser. It's just been like bifurcated in the middle. It's like one of those bazookas that shoots like a giant billow of smoke backwards in order to counteract the recoil of launching the dang bazooka.
Raven.
You're speaking of the Dizzy?
Activating combat mode.
I think it's the Dizzy. Yeah, you could just have 4. Ah, darn it. Ah, darn it. Ah, darn it. Let the record show. Ah, darn it. Boom. Solved it. Okay. You're manifesting it, you're constructing it. Good luck. While you figure out how the heck to do that, we're still really ahead of schedule. I'm gonna do tester trainer now. I'm gonna run that system, and then I'm just gonna keep running to the end, like tester trainer, corporation, Rubiconian. In this 3-minute interval, I will not finish all of them. Each fight takes like 1 minute, just including loading screens and introductories and stuff. But I want to try and optimize, as always, to have the least interesting fights, or perhaps the most given fights, be the ones that have the ad break in them. The break's got to go somewhere, otherwise people get pre-rolls. They hate those. So I put them at something they will not miss. Disrupto Magnus. Disruptio Magnus. I don't remember that name. Oh, you shall call it. I thought that said I still call it. My reading comprehension skills are going out the window. This is more chat messages than I usually get in an entire week.
Main system activating combat mode.
What are you calling it? Disruptio Magnus. What is your inspiration for the titles you provide? Ah, just concatenated together. The Latin word for explosion and the Latin word for big. Or is there some grammatical combination going on here? Are they conjuncted or are they concatenated? Explosion big. If somebody who actually spoke Latin looked at all of the Latin that we just arbitrarily named stuff, I think they would be very, very unhappy with our reckless disregard for their possible grammatical considerations.
Integration program.
Main system activating combat mode.
If I were to name it, like if I had a 4-earshot AC and I were naming it and I was being real fancy with it and wasn't using my normal naming scheme, because my normal naming scheme is I name my ACs after trains or train lines. Tidewater's a train line. Joyous Guard's a train line. Empire Builder's a train line. Old Dominion's a train line. Tsubane was my attempt at modifying Tsubasa, because Tsubasa is also a train line. I mean, Shinkansen obviously named it after a wing, birds go fast. But if I wasn't doing that and was making a 4-earshot build, I would probably make its name a reference to Death Stranding somehow. Just my instinct. Because at the start of Death Stranding, Sam narrations a speech about various explosions, air quotes, over history, being in order via assumed context. The Big Bang, the whatever the name of the event was when the Mars-sized planet crashed into Earth and made the moon, the Cambrian explosion, which is more of a population boom than a regular boom, and then the events of the game. So that's 4 explosions right there. You can make a reference out of that. There's a through line. Hey, Thiggy, you want me to fight it with Joyous Guard after I finish defeating Rubiconian here? Because this is the last fight on the checklist. If you set up a room for me, I'll fight you just to see it, and then I'll go to the next person in line, which I believe is Milktooth. Cool. Now, according to my calculus, that should be everybody on Rusty. So check off the everything. Did Trainer, did Tester, did Corporation, did Rubiconian, I did Institute and Nightfall. We are good. We are clear. Okay. Get that room up. So here's the most recent version of Joyous Guard, which is now the canonized version of Joyous Guard. I've saved over the old version because I think this one is just objectively better. The big changes over the old version was obviously the new arms is now Mind Alpha. We now have Ocellus FCS. And the missiles have been swapped around over multiple options and are now the P-32 Duo 03. Such is the way of it. Let's see here. I figure you're going to use a keyword of some kind. I'm going to assume it's EXC. Just as a guess. I was wrong, or the room's not ready yet. What other names could it be? It could be room? Oh. Maybe no keyword at all. Oh, all caps. I'm a fool. I'm a fool. It was all caps all along. Should have thought about that. Should have tried it. Curse this capitalization. Disruptio. Disruptio or disruptio? Because disruptio would be the English pronunciation, because English loves its T-I-O-N noises. Case in point, my name. It's exception, not acceptio. Okay, so it's Disruptio English. So Disruptio Magnus. Cool. Okay, you know, it makes sense you would use a Tetra for this. Airborne is really important for something with so much splash damage. And then there's me, about to get annihilated, potentially. No, there are strategies here. I'm going to narrate my thought process out loud. The biggest advantage of the earshots is their massive splash damage. And you're a tetrapod, so you're going to be in the air, making best use of that. So the way to survive for me is to be close, keep a good eye on my energy reserves, and just never touch the ground. Unfortunately, I have to touch the ground sometimes, and at that point, I am doomed. But now you have to reload everything, which is why you're running away, which makes sense. But in this stop time, I have the opportunity darn it. My secret weakness, energy management. Kick. Do that now. Why not? What the heck? I guess there's one saving grace, and it's that you can only fire one of the two dizzies at a time. Bullet. Whereas the ear shots, you can fire both at once. I lived. Wait, what? Huh? What? Oh, what? Huh? Didn't I? Am I insane? Has my memory failed me? Oh my God. I had no idea. I thought I fell into the void while you were still alive. That explained why the game seized up so much. It was really confused who to give the victory to. Oh man. Okay, looks like you're preparing something. I'm willing to do another fight. I enjoy fighting combat, and you are a person I am fighting. Do you want me to use Joyous Guard or Tidewater? Though I will tell you that Disruptio Magnus will not survive against Tidewater. Okay, in that case, you've given me an open ticket to do something silly. I'm going as Old Dominion. Which, if I were being smart, would probably be the thing that was named Joyous Guard, but you know how it is. I don't know if you know Old Dominion. I don't use it that much. It's my dedicated melee AC. Less important than its stats is that it looks like a knight in a suit of armor. I've even colored the whip it has to slightly resemble sort of a shield, but it ends up kind of looking like a Tide Pod instead. Alright, given the scenario and your weapons, I'm basically going to treat you like Chartreuse. Which is going to be difficult considering I'm a melee build. See what happens. Ooh.
50%. AP at 30%.
Oh, I bungled the combo so badly. Old Dominion is designed to found a very specific combo which was taught to me by the ancient legends of melee combat. And it's the only real thing I can do with it. Failure. Bad. Very bad. Reset.
AP at 50%.
Oh.
At 30%.
Ah, the ear shot. The AoE. I'm gonna go again. No modifications, just another one. To be fair, you're a lot more mobile than Chartreuse is. You had a build? Congratulations. Intended to fight me or intended to give to me? Or intended to give me and then fight me with the exact same one. Okay. Yeah. Alright, let's see here. What can I do to modify my approach? I could use assault kicks. They're not really designed for... Well, I guess technically they are. I have the Kikaku thrusters. They give good assault boost speed. In addition to everything else they do. So maybe. Oh!
At 30%.
Ow. Melee combat in this game is surprisingly committal. And unfortunately, my weakness is that you're a tetrapod and therefore will survive my combo's staggerage. So I need to hit you with a missile. If I have any hope of doing that. Bad. Splash damage again. I made something kind of work near the end there. But with you being too sturdy to get staggered by the combo, I really felt out of my element. Alright, one final one. I will swap to Tidewater and you can swap to the AC you wanted to use. Good old reliable Tidewater. I'm waiting for it to change so I can see what I'm up against. Make some analytical decisions about what the heck. I'm ready to know. Double Sampu, double earshot. Tepid Eventide. I think I've fought Tepid Eventide before, unless this is a new version of Tepid Eventide. Neat. What's new in this version? Oh, okay. Tide versus Tide, who wins? Answer, the moon. Ooh, you got the Vasa core. Neat. Sort of energy generator of some kind. Interesting choice, given the lack of energy weapons. Oh! 50%. Interesting stuff. You do not have the int to sustain that. I know when I use the Santai! Boom.
AP at 30%.
I was a little early on the explosive throw slap. I forgot you had the TA. I mean, I knew you had the TA, I just forgot to account for it while shooting you. Wait, are you not supposed to have terminal? Okay, hold on. It's oh, ow.
50% at 30%.
All right, you want your assault armor, you can get your assault armor. Also, GG's. This has got to be the final one, though. I'm behind schedule. I gotta fight all the fights as Milktooth. How am I gonna fight all the fights as Milktooth? Maybe I should start theorizing on my strategy. Well, one of the standout features of Milktooth is that it's basically Mad Stomp, but with an arsenal of gun. It's got the flamethrower, it's got the chainsaw, it's got the 5-pip bazooka. I don't remember if it has a fourth thing. I should really just play it like Mad Stomp, except closer. Well, not closer, but further? The 5-pip bazooka is a decent burst option, and gives me a lot more versatility than I would as Mad Stomp. The flamethrower, I think, is actually a downgrade from the Sweet 16, given that it's sort of just damage over time and it's like this heat overload thing that I don't really understand, but I think makes explosive damage hurt more. I don't know how it's gonna go. But that's then. This is now. And we see what we do. Start off with the unlocked on Majestic. Gives it really good odds of actually connecting. Stay at a big distance. Keep up the Serpentines. Those Etsus will stagger me over time, and you never know when that can happen.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Alright, you out. You have moved on that one. I'm glad I could be good musical accompaniment. You don't have the EN for this, buddy. You do not have the EN for this, buddy. Okay, you might have the EN for this now. Also, good juke, good juke. I was sufficiently bamboozled. Alright, we're back in it. Ooh, the unguided. Devious. Also staggering their fire a bit to make me waste more energy in attempts to dodge. Also smart. Oh, thanks. Smoke clears. I am the one surviving. It's that little moment, little question mark when there's a face full of explosion and you're wondering who survived, who didn't. Alright. Good stuff, though. Versus room has been disbanded, and we are now going back to our next challenge. The one, the only. Slow, slow, quick, quick, slow. Ah, okay, he has a missile of some kind. I will figure it out in the arena. Now I checked the spreadsheet, and we have not fought as Milktooth against anyone yet. So it is just a full spread line to the finish.
Activating combat mode.
Let's do this. Okay, so what missile is this? I could learn that first. It is the 2-split flamethrower. I guess there's no penalty, it's just sort of holding out the flamethrower. Milktooth is eccentric. This is known. I mean the AC itself. The Arena Royale is an ongoing series in which I fight every single fight of the arena as every single member of the arena. So far, we've gone up the list, excluding ZE and Mad Stomp, which we still have a few left, up to Mad Stomp. No, not mirror matches. Every combination.
Arena combat aptitude.
Mad Stomp versus everyone.
System. Activating combat mode.
Burn Pickaxe versus everyone. Currently Milktooth versus everyone. It's an attempt for me to learn how to pilot ACs that aren't Tidewater and Joyous Guard. And also because it's fun and gives me an excellent excuse to play Armored Core in situations where I don't want to be salty in ranked. Fair enough. Yeah, that'll be fun. It's just Tidewater but super slow. And with none of the conveniences. Yeah, I think I have done mirror matches for most of them before. In fact, I think I tried to chart what fights, how many attempts it took me on each fight in mirror matches. I think it was something like first try for most people, took a handful of tries for like Carla and stuff, and then like several tries for Dead Sled or something. I don't remember. That might have been me with Loader 4 instead. I've done a few challenges like this off screen. I don't know. No build has Lammergeier because Lammergeier is non-canon. I would say Ligertail because it has the explosive thrower, but that's one weapon, admittedly. I would say if there's one thing that's close to my build, it's Chartreuse, except Chartreuse is a boat. My mind is completely blanked. Who did I just fight? Was it Hermit or was it Burn Pickaxe? I've completely forgotten. I'll fight Hermit again if I gotta fight Hermit again. I just don't remember if I fought Hermit just now or not. Actually, I think I did just fight Hermit because I think the map was the Hermit map. I'll fight Hermit again, though. Just because my memory is in autopilot right now. Also give me a moment to think about how to use Milktooth. If I knew when the flamethrower's effect fully materialized on an opponent, that would be helpful, but I don't, so oh well, I'm running blind. Okay, good. I can bazooka while still charging. Not that it helps. Boosters do we have? Gridwalker? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I suppose one thing to respect is that Milk Tooth is very durable. I am not used to using a heavyweight AC. Okay, on the Bitter Promise. Maybe we fought... Oh yeah, the mule. Cool. That would be helpful information for me to have received just now if I actually knew the stats of the mule.
Main system activating combat mode.
I'm just sort of a flugel and the occasional spud person. It seems like the MO of Milktooth is to just sort of walk forward. Leave it to the Pyro from Team Fortress 2 to WM1 all their opponents to death. Burn! Giving it the mad stomp treatment. Oh, that's right. I am using a controller-based input system, though, so it would be W plus right trigger, I think.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program.
Imagine if Milktooth had an air blast. That would be absurd. That would be really cool as like a core expansion, though. I also don't know, like, canonically, what the control scheme for an AC is. Like, how do the pilots pilot them?
50%. AP at 30%.
I'm putting too much effort in trying to get the chainsaw hit. Shot out of the sky. Oh yeah, so it's
Destroyed.
I mean, I know there's the muscle tracer thing. I don't exactly know how it works. Oh yeah, it does. I should use that fact. Does the charge of a melee weapon sustain through the assault armor usage, or core expansions in general? I shall use this fight against Z to check this. Yes! You can keep the melee while exploding. That's good intel. Didn't have a charge, unfortunate. Maybe kicks. This thing is heavy, it can kick. Oh yeah, that's a kick. Okay, you can't assault boost while charging. I should not be having this much trouble on C. There we are. Milktooth is very different. Maybe I'm enticed too much by the chainsaw. I should not rely on it so much.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program.
Main system
That
activating
is
combat mode.
possible, but... Let's check. The bar looks like it's still full at the end of it all. Like, the UI element is still full yellow. Which is what I'm basing this on. Oh, the chainsaw has overheat. Interesting. So the chainsaw gets overheat buildup over time while I'm holding it out. Ganondorf moment. Well, I know they have overheat in that you hit it and then they need to cool off, but I mean in holding the charge. Like, I was holding the chainsaw in charge and it was building up heat over time in that instance. I am also not a chainsaw connoisseur. This is all very new to me. I'm an explosive thrower guy. All this is cutting edge research for me, but probably common knowledge to everyone else in the game. Pathetic retaliatory AA there. I wonder if the whip has overheat while held out. That's what you want to see, and then kick. Good. Candle Ring's gonna be tough. Well, I say this every time. I always say Candle Ring and Circus are gonna be tough because they're so fast, and I'm slow because I'm in a heavyweight AC. And a lot of the times that doesn't end up mattering because I pin them down with Death and Destruction and they lose anyway. So I'm not gonna actually invoke that. I know I talked about it and quoted it, but I'm not actually gonna say it this time in an official capacity. Get 5 pipped. Kick you. Boom. Kaboom. Missed my chance. Use the missile more. I'm not using the missile enough. Hey. The logic behind the chainsaw overheating is when you hold the charge, that chainsaw is still doing something, and the part description says the hammer also does something when you're twirling it. I agree. I agree the whip should also heat up, maybe. Granted. Well, yeah, holding the charge is useful. Even if the charged attack for the whip is really bad, in my experience. What would have it? What would have the whip? Institute? No. Mind Beta, Mind Gamma. No, Mind Alpha. Yep, there's the whip. Okay, we're gonna do one fight out of order here. Let's just fight, I don't know, Hawkins. I already did Rokamunsen, though. Like, I've already gone through all the Rokamunsen fights.
Arena combat.
Okay, let's see if all, like, the hammer and the chainsaw have a lot in common. Yeah, look at that! Little bit of heat buildup over time. And I'm saying that I preferred to use Mine Alpha because I already did Rokamunsen. Nice. Okay, so we learned something about the whip today. Yeah, I prefer the explosive thrower over the plasma thrower personally. I know they have similar ranges, but explosive thrower is a lot more direct. Okay, so arbitrarily, that is, let me just go to the spreadsheet that I'm using to track all of this. Arbitrarily, we just did Mind Alpha versus Hawkins in Buzz Hawkins' head, the AC name again. Reconfig, there we go. I have these by AC name even if the pilot is more memorable in my mind. Meanwhile, Milktooth, we did up to Candle Ring. Oh, that's funny. We have to fight Hawkins again, this time as Milktooth. Ain't that funny? Didn't intend that to be how that went, but it's how that went. Well, to be fair, I do use it for actual damage.
Combat aptitude evaluation.
Main system.
I used to be the, like, most world's closest range lamb kite ever. Back when, instead of the Majestic, I had a shotgun. Not even the Zimmerman, it was the Haldeman. Actually, very much enjoy when my opponents approach me.
At 30%.
Okay, I understand what you mean now. I do enjoy punishing people for rushing in. Iguazu time.
Arena combat app.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
We're talking about Tepid Eventide or the Latin one. There you go. Tepid Event, okay. Now that I'm using it, the 5-hit bazooka thrower has really good reload time. I'm impressed. Okay, you cannot melee punish in that way. Okay, bring in some assault boost.
AP at 50%.
I'm liking these. Kick! Kick again. Morley! Blame! Oh, I'm about to lose for arbitrary reasons. Darn it! I lost Iguazu. PS61. Which one's that? You're gonna have to describe it by the shape.
Main system. Activating
I
combat
don't
mode.
really know much about the finer details of armor core design, especially in the shield department. How does a flamethrower pressure a shield? Like, what's the profile on that? I asked for this very specific niche situation I'm encountering. Hold still. A little more. That'll do. And then kick, because why not?
AP at 50%.
I'm gonna charge the chainsaw, if only because it deflects projectiles sometimes. Ho ho ho! That's more like it. button. Wait, the OS tuning cares about the preset? What? Huh? That doesn't feel like that makes sense because... Oh, right. It's possible that it doesn't want me in the OS tuning menu because I might unpurchase something that lets me fight overburdened or with shoulder arm mount, back mount, arm thing, weapon bay. That's the name of it. So if I did that, it would ruin the AC I'm using. So that's probably why it doesn't want me in that menu. Alright, game. I successfully comprehend your position on the matter. Even though I feel like OS tuning is more of a pilot upgrade than an AC upgrade.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program, number 18, rank D, final evaluation. Subject AC, Shinobi, call sign,
Why do you need to do that?
Activating combat mode.
Do you just want those boosts off for extra challenge, or... Ah, okay, that makes sense. I feel like if you got rid of Milktooth's split missile launcher, put the 5-pip bazooka on the other side, and then put a shield on, they'd be really, really bulky, really durable. I've never really made a heavyweight AC in any viable capacity, so it's interesting to contemplate the idea of getting hit and not caring.
Main system activating combat mode.
Then again, maybe I just want a different booster. Look at this speed. 250? Pathetic. Kill! Boost? That is the ideal situation.
target destroyed.
I struggle with heavyweights because I struggle with energy management. So if they're like a really oppressive offensive heavyweight, I have a problem. But if they let off the gas a little bit, I can recover and then I win.
Arena combat aptitude
Main system activating combat mode.
Ooh.
50%.
Ah, pretty good terminal.
30%.
Wait, I don't have to care! Go, flames! Yeah, it does appear to be an auto mod word.
destroyed,
I will allow this.
including evaluation. Well done.
Don't you worry, your message has been forwarded to our claims system and has deemed you totally fine to say that message. And now chat has disconnected for me, so I can't actually see what's happening. Who the heck did I just fight? I've completely lost. It was Pater. Yeah, it was Pater. Okay. Suala. The problem with auto-piloting through this is that I forget who my opponent was, and thus opens the possibility that I will fight people multiple times or skip people accidentally.
Combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
What's my assault boost? I gotta know. 306. This is slower than Tidewater's hover. This is pathetic. Scylla, get over here. I got a flamethrower your face on it. I painted it, you see. I hope you like my artwork. Very good. I think maybe there is a place for the chainsaw in competitive games. But I think the POW bunker is just a lot more stylish. Circus. Sakul.
Arena combat app.
Main system activating combat
I
mode.
appreciate Circle. It's as yellow as this one. I forgot I wasn't rusty for a second. I tried to switch to the Ransetsu on my left back, but it wasn't there. Only the 5-bit. Okay, I at least have some rudimentary combo down. At the very least, what I can do is I can sort of flamethrower missile for a little bit of stagger, then use a point-blank 5-pip to do super stagger, and then I can unleash a pre-charged chainsaw
Arena combat app.
before they can recover, thus
Main
doing
system
excellent
activating combat mode.
damage. Okay, so the Ransetsu AR is indeed... We had this conversation earlier when I was playing as Rusty. The Ransetsu AR is the bad one. I only knew that one of them was great and one of them was terrible, and that I used neither, so therefore didn't know which one was which. But the Ransetsu AR is the... Is that the one with charge or without charge?
Target destroyed. This concludes C-rank evaluation.
Ransetsu is
Well
the
done.
first one. That's the... Is that... Okay, that's actually... That still doesn't clear it up. Because there's one that's burst because you charge it and it shoots like 3 bullets at once, and then there's one that's burst because it's burst overall. I just fought Tsubasa, did I? I think, yeah. Yeah, they had the pulse shield, so it was Tsubasa. It was in Michigan.
Arena combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
What's the range on the flamethrower? I don't know, I can't really see what I'm doing. Get back here, you chump. How dare you! There we are. Okay, that was Keith. Now for Carla. Carla is going to be mostly fine. I'm slow enough that the missiles might be a pain because I can't walk sideways fast enough to dodge, but Carla doesn't have anything else going for her. Oh, missed. Let's just do a kick. Dodge these missiles, this will be a quick boost, and then get kicked myself. Apparently, I'm just narrating this fight, not actually my plan for the fight, just the fight itself. Flamethrower? Flamethrower.
Nice.
Yeah, Carla has the style factor in spades, and the AP to stick around for the party. Cold Call, my arena arch nemesis. I should start actually training against Cold Call. I think Cold Call might actually be the most threatening AC in the entire arena. Especially when I'm practicing with ACs I don't recognize. Like everyone else, predictable or too narrowly designed for what they're doing. But Cold Call? Just lethal. You see what I mean? You think you're doing good against Cold Call, and then you're doing bad against Cold Call. That is true. Carla has incredible intimidation factor. Unfortunately, I've heard all her jokes. Meanwhile, Cold Call.
Main system activating combat mode.
Even in this series alone, I've had to fight Carla like 20 times already. There's only so many jokes. Boom. Opportunity. No, you don't. 30%. How did you survive that? You're not surviving this one!
Target destroyed.
Ooh. Hey, it's Rusty. Back for the reverse match. It's like a mirror match in the sense that we've swapped ACs, but not in the sense that we're the same AC. This is the match in the mirror world, not through the mirror world. Hey Thega, welcome back to Words. You appear to have changed the name of your AC. It is now Venti Diteptide, which sounds like a pharmaceutical drug of some description. It's the Venti Diteptide. That's a mouthful. How'd that V even get over there? Now for the mirror matchup in the other sense.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program, number 8, rank B.
Main system.
What do you mean a
activating combat mode.
unflipped Xylem? Is Xylem flipped? Do they mirror Xylem? Is there a map that's Xylem? Or, I mean, I guess there isn't. I would know at this point, but... What would a map that is Xylem but just, like, upside down look like? The floor would be that, like, big curved window that covers over everything, and the ceiling would have all the buildings. That might be cool. Well, I mean, it might. It could.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program, number 7.
Here's Nile.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Could have capitalized. Didn't. Getting shot. Nile's pretty slow. That is an advantage me. There we aren't. You had to elevate yourself there, Milktooth. You had to do that.
AP at 50%.
Contemplating my options. That's a good one. It was a good one. Running through, we are a little behind schedule. I will need to halt and do the trainer tester fight soon, possibly after Snail, which is fine. Well, I'll just remember that I finished fighting Snail, and then we'll go do tester and trainer.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
I don't choose the schedule chose me. Fire in the Harlem. I almost called the 5-pip the Harley Davidson, but no, it is the Huxley. Please get that right, self. I'm too late. That's unfortunate. That's okay. The battle ended, we're good.
Target destroyed.
It's close enough.
Concluding evaluation. Well done.
It's close enough. I guess I preempted it a little last time. Okay, on to tester and trainer. Let us mark down in the spreadsheet while this is loading that we have defeated up to and including Hope and Faith.
Integration Program, Alpha 2.
Here to proceed. You getting ads for different mech games while watching this mech game? That makes complete sense. The algorithm of advertisements is working successfully, I suppose. Why are you just standing there? Stop walking backwards when I'm trying to hit you with a chainsaw. Brand new question. What's the direct hit adjustment on flamethrower? Is that a viable option for an opponent that's staggered? Okay, time for tester. I didn't think that we were that long fighting the Deka fight.
Integration.
Maybe it's just that
Main
Milktooth is
system
also slow.
activating combat mode. AP at 50%.
Actually struggling because this one's as durable as me, and they're a bit mobile because they're doing melee stuff.
AP at 30%.
There we are. No, we are not. Just... I tried to go the manual aim. Okay, that's tester and trainer. We can mark them off on the spreadsheet. I'll do that as we go into our next opponent. Chartreuse, who might be a form of challenge. Because I don't know if you know this about Chartreuse, but their weapons are pretty long
Arena
range.
Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program.
I think the
Number
big
5.
struggle will be walking forward in a way.
Main system activating combat mode.
I mean, you're allowed to copy me, Thega. Tidewater is available on a Creative Commons same attribution license. That is true. You want to have like a creative output. I also don't know if Tidewater is on a Creative Commons same attributions license. I think that might violate the licensing of Armored Core itself. So do not actually take my word for it. Actually, what's the legality of using designs of ACs outside of the game for stuff? Like if I drew a picture of an AC I drew, would that fall under Armored Core's copyright? The answer is probably. And that might get in the way of me making the Tidewater themed king of clubs that I wanted for like a custom playing card deck. Because I did want that. I had a really cool design. It's got like Tidewater like leaned forward with the majestic sort of angled downwards and the explosive thrower in the middle ready to be thrown, but like it's the same explosive thrower for the upside down and right side up Tidewaters. Like it's cool.
Arena Combat.
And I want it.
Main system activating combat mode.
That would require artistic talent on my part, which is not exactly a thing I possess. Not commercially, I suppose. Though mine really indecisive about what weapon he wants to chamber. Just get destroyed. Okay. I understand what went wrong there. There was a time when I could do the chainsaw, but
Main system
I had
activating
accidentally
combat mode.
fired the 5-pip instead. And then there was another time where I was in like a recoil cooldown from an attack I did, and I released too early. And that one I just wasn't charged, wasn't close enough. A lot of things went wrong with that one.
50%.
Much better. That said, I am still losing. I think it's because Gold Mine's been hit with the melee and the missiles, and I haven't been doing enough to stop that from happening. I lost 2 fire damage. I have been destroyed by the napalm. That's embarrassing. Okay, new plan. Staggered me out of my Huxley shot. Not Huxley. These are not Huxley. Are these Huxleys? What are these called again? I think I called them Huxleys, but I feel like in my mind Huxley is the bullet orbital. What are these? What's this bazooka? What if this is Huxley and the other... I need to check. I need to check. It is the... The Morley. Okay. Figured it out. Who did I just fight? Gold Mine. Okay. Aster Crown.
Arena combat.
Main system activated.
I know Aster Crown in the, like... It's in, like, the stellar sense, like asteroid, for instance. But I also just sort of interpret it as, like, Asterian. We are fighting the Minotaur. We have defeated the Minotaur. Now for the Liger.
Arena.
Main system activating combat mode.
Yeah, see, there's a reason I made Tidewater. It's pretty good. Tell me the ways in which it isn't Tidewater, just so I can get a reference for it. Like, is it Explosive Thrower, Majestic, Double Truno? Or is there other stuff involved? Oh, it's Redshift. Interesting.
Final arena combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
Hermesa's the dinosaur-looking one, yeah? Yeah. Oh, right, this is a double Morley situation. Dead. Okay, that's neat. Redshift as an option makes sense. I have seen some, like, LAM ACs that do that. Especially if they're going, like, full coral.
Main system activating combat mode.
I do remember you also being a minor fan of the Scythe. Oops. Collapsed. Yeah, when I first met you, earshot, scythe on a Baus frame. That was just what you were. It's what you did. Did tester, did trainer, mind beta.
Integration.
Main system activating combat mode.
Oh yeah, mind beta is a little trick. The tricks and the tricks.
50%.
They're not ready for this trick.
At 30%.
They were ready for the trick. They were ready for it.
Main system activating combat mode.
Just because I'm slow doesn't mean I can't quick boost to save some health. If they got big weapons, I can do big dodge. That was pretty good.
AP at 50%.
Yeah, I'll let you do your thing. I'm gonna be honest, they got not specifically. My impression has sort of melded with your impression of you over the course of time, as opposed to the instantaneous first moment we've met. So I don't specifically remember the dual earshot, dual sampu, but I do recognize that there's definitely something in your, like, area of vibes.
Integration.
But, like, what I remember is, like, you, me, and, like, Makudi fighting each other on Bonadea Dunes Alpha or something, or Beta. The one with the hill, and not the Strider. That's like my first coherent memory of you and stuff.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Okay, that was Corporation. Time for Rubiconian. Every time I fight Rubiconian, I basically forget everything about Rubiconian. Except for the fact it's a reverse joint with the Basho head. And looks like really like spindly
Integration.
in a weird way.
Main system
I think it's just the
activating
contours of
combat
everything put together. Not like thin spindly, but like a bunch of pieces of metal at awkward angles. Probably the combination of Basho head, reverse joint. Like there's a lot of stuff working for or against it. Honestly, looking at it now, it's a surprise that the reverse joint legs are as heavy as I'm thinking. Well, the convenient thing about a stream is that we have the tape. We can go check. We can literally find those fights. I mean, that could be true of anybody. Like, of any statement. Everyone is theoretically, on average, worse in the past. That's kind of how development happens. Mind Gamma.
Integration program.
Main system activating combat mode.
Like, I am bad, those 3 words as a sentence, highly subjective. I was bad, those 3 words, 1 sentence, practically an objective truth of everybody. In some way. Interesting how that works. Oh, you thought you could hit me with a laser, but I dodged it somehow. Let's just flamethrower you until you put your shield down and then use the Morley. Maybe I'm not close enough. Will you stop hitting me with the plasma? Bad choice. It worked out. Alright, Mind Beta destroyed. Time for... Wait, no, that was Mind Gamma. Never mind. Mind Gamma destroyed. Now it's time for Institute.
Integrate.
Main system activating combat mode.
Always staggered, never punished.
AP at 50%.
You can't defeat me, I have home field advantage. Why is this the map that we fight Institute on? I suppose there aren't really any Institute City map to fight on. And of all the maps available, that one's the most industrial. But they also have, like, a unique custom map for Snail to fight on. Why is that, by the way? Okay, well, I guess it's not a unique map. It's Jorg, not Jorgen.
Combat mode.
It's the refueling station, except... Sorry, no, it's the spaceport. There we go, that's the correct word. Except all the ships are destroyed, and there's, like, rubble everywhere. I have no idea why Snail's in that mission, aside from the fact that it kind of alludes to the fact that he, like, steals all the technology and makes Alchemist good.
50%.
But what's the justification behind Institute's placement? Is it simply because the place is old and run down? Because it's Grid 086, or not Grid 086, the other one? B? Not even real B, like fake B. Ow.
Main system activating combat.
I'm out here insulting Institute, and meanwhile, Nightfall is obliterating me. In fact, I got so confused I thought I was still fighting Institute. I reloaded into the match and I was like, wait a heck, why aren't we fighting Institute? That's how autopilot I am with these sometimes.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
It's not worth it to uncharged chainsaw in that kind of situation. Just hit him with, like, a pick. Nightfall is kicking my butt.
Main system activating combat mode.
We're matching each other move for move.
AP at 50%.
Get more lead.
AP at 30%.
There we go. Now that I've successfully used the chainsaw, I win. Time for Ordis. Ordis should be...
Raven, all mine was
Ordis will be tricky.
Main system activating.
Because, yeah, Ordis
combat
gets close
mode.
to you, but Ordis is also really fast. Just do a little bit of this. Spice it up a little. There we go. Well, I mean, it's going to be an estimate based on how many...
AP at 50%.
You are severely underestimating it. Okay, I...
target destroyed.
Assuming a rate of 4 ACs per stream, something that I don't think I can maintain specifically today, but in general can, and also I might get bored and want to do other AC things on a stream. My guess is it's going to be about 4 or 5 after this. Because by my count, there's about 20 ACs remaining.
Raven,
Main system activating combat mode. AP at 50%.
That was a cool stunt on my part. Smoothing around the coral blade. And finally, Echo. I can check.
Raven.
But also I need to add one more to the total, because I feel like, given everything, it would not be that big of a deal to just do Loader 4. Like, frankly, Loader 4 is gonna be easier than other ACs I've done.
AP at 50%.
Like, if I can win as Tester, I can win as Loader 4.
At 30%.
Not out of complications just yet. I walked right into that. And we may have hit a roadblock of some description. Echo is tough. Durable due to shield. Fast due to not being a heavyweight durable. And every single weapon Echo has is designed for punishing very particular areas. Also, I never learned how to dodge a sight. And at the very last call of the bell, Milktooth learned the true power of energy management. A useful lesson for us all. That is Milktooth complete. And frankly, I'm glad it's over. Milktooth is awkward to fight as. I do not respect the nature of a lack of speed. Unfortunately, the next AC is also slow, but with a bit more usable options. It is time for Deep Down, which I personally just think is a really cool name for an AC. Considered. Happy to make it a part of my Armored Core experience. So what do we have as Deep Down? Vertical missiles, tracking missiles, a linear rifle, and what's this fourth thing? Hold on, I gotta look at it. It's more missiles. So missile, sniper rifle. Okay. I suppose the idea is that you use the linear rifle and regular missiles to pin down your opponent, which will then give the vertical missiles time to be an absolute pain. Or you can do charge shots like so. Unfortunately, this is the heavy linear rifle, so using a charge shot just depletes your entire reserve of... So in a sense, Deep Down is a missile boat with a stagger side order, and also isn't a boat. Good to know, good to know. I should check the chest. I should check the checklist to see if I fought anyone as Deep Down. I have used Deep Down to fight Steel Haze in the past. So we shall be skipping Rusty.
Arena combat aptitude evaluation.
Main system activating combat mode.
You should check your chests for traps. That's where all the good explosives are placed and then detonated in your face at. Unexpectedly, very good vertical movement by Deep Down. Maybe I should be using that considering I am a missile boat of some description. Gun. That worked with the vertical missiles and all. It's unfortunate that the vertical missiles have a reputation for being not good at all, considering they look really cool. They obviously have a great place in PvE for shooting around walls. They have their niche usage for shooting around walls in PvP against a very, very huddled enemy. But in open, broad combat, which is what I like to do, not as applicable. But I suppose Nile in particular has a finger in the pie of every single type of missile style available. So it's a matter of saturation and no good options. Appropriate for the tactician of the red guns. That said, it's weird for my primary gun to be on my left hand. I would really appreciate if Nile would swap left and right arm guns, just for my own comfort in the situation. Ho, ho, ho. Obliterated. Really satisfying about just launching a projectile at extreme speeds into someone's face so hard that they get knocked back. It's like a cannonball, but less silly looking.
Arena.
Main system activating combat mode.
That said, Nile is so little lack of thinking. The one thing I have to care for is the fact that my missiles need to reload before I shoot them. Done. Missed. Got him. We proceed at pace. Nile might be the last one I do, like, from start to end today, but to fill out the gap of time in between, I can definitely do some of the outlying ZE or Mad Stomp fights.
Activating combat mode.
I've decided I have made a personality assessment for the missiles that Nile is shooting. The vertical missiles and the right arm box missiles are distractions for the tracking missiles that go in under the radar and ruin your day. Like, those are the big heavy hitters. Like, you're so saturated with those fast missiles that you forget that there's slow missiles also being a problem. And that's how it gets you. As far as the linear rifle, I'm not really sure how to make good use of it. The problem is that it has no support. Just the gun.
Activating combat mode.
Like, it's too slow to use as a incidental stagger punish, but it alone doesn't really do much stagger. And even if it did, what punish would you have except more missiles? I think it's just some item Nile has to give the impression of direct combat. I could perhaps charge it more. That might be a threat. Something to add to the pile of suppression as more missiles get thrown at my enemies. There's options.
Arena combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
I can at least kick. I'm mobile enough to kick. What would I put in? Okay, if I completely ignored the design considerations of making a red gun AC, how would I improve Nile? The answer is pretty simple. I would swap out the linear rifle for a laser rifle, perhaps. Just, it gives it a purpose then. It does damage. It just accumulates damage over time. An opponent will get staggered. You might be able to charge a laser to make it even more powerful for a single hit. There's options there. I don't think using a linear rifle for its projectile-based increased stagger is doing much here.
Arena combat aptitude
That's my
evaluation
official
program.
diagnosis on how to make Nile better.
Activating combat
Give him a
mode.
gun stolen from Arquebus. Other than that, so far so good. Keep up the good work. Oh, I don't have assault armor anymore. Never mind. Maybe even the laser crossbow. Nah. Well, laser rifle I think is good. Just the bog standard laser rifle, I think. I just fought these two, yeah. So. These fights, they feel like a blur. I'm blurry.
Main system activating combat mode.
Okay, nothing to it for Freddy. Just get airborne. And again, feeling the benefits of having this very heavyweight armored AC. I just took double Songbird to the face and survived. Alright, reconfig.
Arena.
Main system activating combat mode.
Far so good, nothing unusual here. Got that hit. I guess there is a room for it to be a punish option. Kind of have to preempt the stagger though, otherwise you'll not have time to charge it. You gotta charge it ahead of time, which is fine because you're not really using it much. Did it.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation.
Now that we have a little bit of a lull in the action, I'm gonna commentate on the nature of today's stream in a whole. I think this was a surprisingly populated stream today. A lot of people talking, a lot of people participating. When I was making the new version of Excels with the loading thing, I was really worried that nobody would actually use it, because there have been streams that happen where nobody even touches it. I go from stream start to stream end, and nobody interacts with it at all. And that stinks, as it is sort of a thing that I value highly as a way for people to like the stream in general beyond the game and whatever their opinions on myself are. So to see that it loaded in proper order and that there were just a lot of people here today was a big relief to me as a person who made a thing and wanted other people to like it. There really were a lot of people, like double my normal viewership at the start and then in random bursts in the middle. Wonder why that is. Just luck? Just it happened to be a good day for people watching streams. Maybe the reception to the new mech game that came out, or is in like beta now or something, was some way that people wanted to start thinking about Armored Core 6 again. I don't know. It's equalized back to normal numbers now, but
Arena Combat.
there were more at points in time. Is exciting. I missed.
AP at 50%.
Ho ho ho! Got the snipe. Okay, Rokumon stand down. Time for Volta.
Arena.
Main system activating combat mode.
You almost got me there, Volta. You bamboozler, you. I launched you into the sky with that bullet. No need to rush this. We're both two heavyweights trying to make it in the world. Ow. Got a good kick in there, maybe even a charge shot, which didn't connect. Against someone like Volta, you really just want shots that hit. The aim in soft lock is actually much better than hard lock. You are rewarded for doing things slightly more manually. Vader time. How do you think the AC-6 devs
Arena combat.
decided what order to
Main
put the
system
units in the
activating
arena?
combat mode.
How did they make sure that it was a decent progression of difficulty without putting, like... Or how did they make sure that the ACs that are supposed to be good were good? Like, canonically, into actuality. Missed.
AP at
Wait for it.
50%.
I wasn't there. Oh well. Bonk. Got that good bonk. Next up is Sula. Famously known for standing still for a while sometimes. Menacingly. Like it's intimidating.
Activating combat
This is
mode.
not very combat effective. Your tendency to stand still menacingly is not helping you in this fight. Boom. Okay, that puts us at Chatty.
Arena combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
Hit him repeatedly. This is a bit exploitative, but yeah, whatever it takes. Occasionally. Circus down. The circus is out of town. That wasn't Carla's AC named Circus. It has way more missiles.
Arena combat app.
Main system activating combat mode.
Unnecessary. That was just assault armor instincts. Though I gotta say, full shield against me with Amala missiles Probably a good choice. Too bad it didn't help Tsubasa out at all. He indeed did not win. We gotta be careful, gotta remember we already fought Rusty earlier. I think, let me check the spreadsheet just because my memory is notoriously bad at remembering things, whether they are correct or not. It is indeed true. Oh. Oh. The hit? I didn't get the hit. I was waiting to shoot them with the linear rifle. Okay, that said, that is Circus Tsubasa Baron Flower. It is time for Full Course.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Missile versus missile. Who wins? Missile. Might actually be beneficial to use the charge shot to induce stagger on Carla. Just because there's so much to stagger. Ooh. Nice. Okay, time for Dead Sled. Home field advantage. We both fight on Jorgen for some reason. I wonder
Arena combat.
what'll come of this.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Gotta remember I have the shield. I'm probably gonna need it. Idea. Ooh. Good opening salvo from me. Alright, the missiles do their job. Back off. Reload my gun. Cold call Woogers for some reason. I kick, I shoot, I kick again, I shoot again. Farewell. Now, Rusty, we already did according to the spreadsheet, so we are going right on to Milktooth.
Arena
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Classic bazooka situation. Milktooth is extremely slow. I don't anticipate problems. Milktooth will get hit by the missiles eventually. Gun. That's how the gun. It gun. Okay, with Brute out of the way, it's time for the mirror matchup. Nile versus Nile. Deep down versus deep down. Who deeps out the most? I don't know.
Arena
Main
Get your
system.
submarines
Activating
ready.
Combat mode.
Oh, I rotated. This is the regular Melander? Melander. I know the Melander C3 because it's asymmetric, but actually this might also be the C3. Can't tell. Let's evaluate how deep down fights deep down. Maybe that'll teach us something about how we're supposed to be doing this. Do a lot of charge shots. You're a big fan of charge shots. Fairly mobile, though you stay a lot more grounded than I would expect from someone with a lot of missiles. That was silly. Got missiled in the back. Time for Snail. What does Snail deliver?
Arena.
Main system activating combat mode.
Miss. Ooh.
50%.
Units are piling up. Okay, that was a funky exit, but we got there.
Target destroyed.
Snailed. Ooh, chartreuse. What do you think the eyeball things do on the
Main system activating combat
boat
mode.
legs? Because as far as I understand it, they don't like expel any. They're not like a rocket nozzle. Maybe they're a sensor? It could just be for the intimidation factor. Highly plausible. Wait a minute. Oh no, the eyeballs are up there. Hold on. I'm looking. Yeah, here's the eyeball I'm talking about. I don't think they do anything. I mean, not in terms of combat, at least. This is silly. That was extremely silly. But partway through that, I realized that that's actually kind of viable, considering most of Chartreuse's weapons take a long lead up to actually fire, like the ear shots. So the time it takes for the kick stagger to recover, Chartreuse doesn't have time to fire the ear shot.
Arena
Interesting little interaction
Main
there.
system activating combat mode.
There we go. That battle was just like pure focus. I don't know why. We kept hitting each other and doing very little, and then not hitting each other and then doing a lot. And it was just sort of an interesting back and forth for a while. Aster Crown.
Arena combat.
Main system activating combat mode.
Yeah, for me. Brown boy. Oh. I've just been informed that we are behind schedule in a very particular way. I, however, am very close to beating the arena side of the arena, and will simply finish that before doing the tester trainer thing. Actually, no, never mind. It's the entire reason the tester trainer thing's the tester trainer thing. Because it's tester and trainer. I'll do it now. Just remember that we just beat Aster Crown.
Integration.
Main system activating combat mode.
Trainer is very evasive. Something I'm realizing now that I have missiles as my main weapon. There we are. Time for tester. Do you think Balaam feels honored that their Nolander series is the go-to default standard, like, run-of-the-line example of what an AC is? Like, they are the gold standard, in a sense, of what an AC is. When somebody thinks of an AC, they're probably thinking of trainer. And so they're seeing some Balaam parts. Man, you are good at walking backwards, huh? Mission accomplished. Okay, that was tester and trainer. We can move back to what were we doing? We just beat Aster Crown. Time for Lagertail. Gonna write this down on my
Arena
checklist.
combat aptitude evaluation program. Number 2.
Did that.
S.
Tester and trainer are done as well.
Subject AC.
Proceed.
Lagertail. Call sign.
Main system activating combat mode.
Proceeding. Jupitered. Oh, there we go. Michigan down. Michigan done. Freud time.
Final arena combat.
Wait, also
altitude
Freud uses
evaluation
some...
program. This will be the last evaluation.
Actually, maybe it doesn't. I thought the legs were melandery.
Subject AC. Locksmith. Call sign.
Actually, I think the legs are melandery.
Main system activating combat mode.
Something about that fun was fight. Swap the two words that started with the letter F in that sentence. Mind Alpha.
Integration.
Main system activating combat mode.
Gonna walk. Gonna charge. Boom! I really like that gun. Good stuff. A tester to trainer mine beta.
Integration program. Initiating phase 2. Please begin by engaging the revised model, Mind Beta, in virtual combat.
I will do that.
Main system activating combat mode.
Surprised they let me get away with that. Good hit. The beautiful counter shot. Who needs the cursive when you have a gun? Corporation.
Integration program. Beta.
Main system activating combat mode.
Beta. Ooh. Tricky and elusive, I am noticing. That was wishful thinking that that would connect. I apologize for it. Okay. Anticlimactic ending. Mostly in that I didn't expect it. Rubiconian.
Integration program. Phase 2. Final analysis. The next sample is the Rubiconian A.
Main system activating combat mode.
Oh, that almost hit. That would have been really cool if it hit. It would have almost seemed planned. Kick. Punch! It's all in the mind. For in truth, I am using a giant metal mech and a gun. I don't think you can call that a punch, technically, if you're shooting someone with a gun. Or at least not in the literal sense of punching somebody. Okay, Rubiconian down, mind. Gamma begin.
Integration.
Main system activating combat mode.
I tried to jump it, did not work. A lot of plasma. Let's go vertical. Bit too close to dodge like that. I missed the shot, but the missiles brought it home. Okay, Gamma complete. Time for Institute.
Integration.
Main system activating combat mode.
Hit there. Bad hit there. Terrible hits happening here. Gravitational fall pistol shot. Linear rifle shot, sorry. It's complete time for nightfall.
Integration.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Perfecting me in my own game, which is missiles. Just locked on for a second.
50%.
Yeah.
AP at 30%.
Nightfall has been defeated. Next up is Ortis. The classic ordering of things.
Raven.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Watch out for Ortis. Ortis is very dodgy. I would love to use the soft aim if it wasn't for the fact that Ortis is so close to me at all times due to their incredible speed. Give me the runaround. You missed.
AP at 50%.
I also missed. I no longer missed. You had to not miss several times. I just had to not miss once. Time for Hal.
Raven. This data was.
Main
That data.
system. Activating combat mode.
I thought I got out of range. Oh! I'm getting bamboozled!
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Oh, it was mutual! Darn it!
Main system. Activating
Oh, well.
combat mode.
Fighting Hal is fun under the right circumstances. I enjoy dodging the Super Sword. Super Sword is personally very fun to dodge, in my opinion. Except when you can. Because, like, my way to dodge the Super Sword is to just go left really fast, like it's chasing me. I'm dodging the beam. I'm chasing the beam. The beam's chasing me. Alright, and finally we have Echo, a very, very fun case
Raven.
of rhythm game area denial as seen in, like, one Mario 64 mod recently. Let's go airborne. I don't usually go airborne against air. have resurfaced. Victory over the depth. Let us chalk that off of our spreadsheet. Deep down is complete. Excellent. Now what? We have... Something about the spreadsheet that I'm looking at right now is concerning me. I think there's a discrepancy in the spreadsheet between my memory of how far we were into Burn Pickaxe and how far we actually are. It could be an honest mistake on my part and the spreadsheet is correct. I will simply need to go check the stream archive real quick. The last Arena Royale dedicated archive is from February 3rd, 2025, wherein we started as Baron Flower and ended as Index Dunham. And looking through this... Okay, I understand the confusion. I thought I had finished Burn Pickaxe. No, I had only finished the arena part of Burn Pickaxe. Not the integration program. But that's fine. I spent a lot of today being heavyweight ACs, and I'm hesitant to be another heavyweight AC just for the redundancy of it all. So I hesitate to be Burn Pickaxe. I also definitely hesitate to be Mad Stomp. We were already Milktooth today. So maybe we do a little bit of the Ziggy. A Rigi. Where were we with Z? According to the chart, this spreadsheet, last thing we did, and we defeated up to and including Milktooth. So, appropriately, our next fight is Deep Down. Be really happy to get Z out of the way. The double bazooka thing is real awkward. Index Dunham's awkward as well, but at least there you can move and shoot at the same time.
Main system activating combat mode.
Okay, let's see if we remember how to be Z. Big important features include the bazooka, the other bazooka, and the shield. I remember why I hate this. That worked well, at least. Let's just do some... Oh yeah, there's like this range, because the bazookas for Z are based on a timer. So if I'm at the perfect range, I can hit somebody even if they don't necessarily need to dodge that well. Up.
AP at 30%.
You know, that kick into bazooka is actually a pretty good combo. Kick for victory! Kick for victory! That is Deep Down defeated as Z. Who's next? I think it's Snail. Yep, it's Snail. There's Snail right there. Nailing it. Snail...
Arena combat.
I think we have an opportunity to do something particularly funny against Snail.
Main system activating
Okay,
combat
yeah,
mode.
I suppose the grenade launcher, because you throw the grenade and it's a thing. I'm gonna keep calling it a bazooka for my own personal convenience. Oh. Doing good so far. You fool, I have a shield! You've pushed me out of the way of your own plasma missile, buddy. Bonk. The kick was a little short.
AP at 50%.
Okay, let's reset our sanity for a second. We want Snail to do the thing where he comes out up in an exact, perfectly straight, squiggly line. Like so. Ooh. Let's go for a counter kick into that, into this. Miss completely. Get really annoyed that we miss completely, but do. Good job, C.
At 30%.
That was a satisfying shot to hit. Oh, Snail down. Also, high domino. Should have opened with that. Snail down. Time for Chartreuse. Chartreuse is going to be okay, I think. We have a minor advantage in that Chartreuse doesn't really do the whole
Arena
dodging
Combat Aptitude
thing.
Evaluation Program, number 5, rank A.
Main system.
But on the
Activating
flip
combat
side, if we're caught out of position at any point, we are doomed. We will get hit by earshots and lasers and bazookas and missiles. Like that. Like this. Do a little kick. Good shield.
30%.
Good kick. Good kick. Good kick. Good kick. Bazooka. This will not be successful. Wow, we did a big jump there.
Main
Alright.
system. Activating combat mode.
Be a bit more reactive to Chartreuse's nonsense. Make sure we block the bazooka before we shoot our own. For the most part. Failure. Okay, I'm okay with baiting that out. Let's reset.
AP at 50%.
Pretty good there. Shield underheated just in time. Chill off on the shield. Let it chill off.
AP at 30%.
There it is. There it is. Chartreuse is down. Okay, time for Dolmayan.
Arena combat aptitude.
Little concerned
evaluation
about the
program. Number
Dolmayan
4,
situation.
Rank A. Final evaluation.
Main system activating combat mode.
Lion is potentially a threat. Because Dolmayan is bulky as a basho, but also like fast as a melee force. There's a lot of means with which to ruin our activities. As you can see, I'm failing to connect the hit.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Be at that sweet spot distance. Unfortunately, I don't actually know what the sweet spot distance is. But it seems like it was there. It's less than 350. Ah, okay, that would have been a shield moment. Unfortunately, I did not.
Main system activating combat mode.
We can do this. Focus. Oh, the second hit. Huh?
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Not going well. Didn't go well.
Main system activating combat mode.
It's harder to hit Dolmayan over time. Probably due to my own fatigue. Set the stagger a little bit. Oh, just let me have that one, huh? Exactly know what happened there.
AP at 50%.
Hit. That's it. I almost bungled it, but I didn't. Time for King, who will be a little annoying because of the shield.
Arena combat.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
That works. Yeah, I think I'm making good use of the shield against the Master Crown here. That one easy. Up is Michigan, which should be about as easy, I think.
Arena combat
Not
aptitude
that much
evaluation
different.
program.
Main system. Activating
Might even be
combat
easier
mode.
because Michigan don't got the shield. If I get the hit, I get the hit. Kicks are slightly more effective. And the thing that Michigan can punish my stuff with is damage. Like I try to get close. Michigan won't shield my attacks, but Michigan can just hit me for damage. But I have a shield. That's not that bad. Stand thoroughly corrected. I'm not afraid of your heckin' orb.
AP at 30%.
He's afraid of a circle. One more in the regular arena. It is Freud. And if we do this, Z will be
Final arena.
Main
as
system.
progressed
Activating
through
combat mode.
as Dunham. Kick. Missed the kick. Dodged the Morley by being too close. So far, so good. Understandable. Kick. Knock it to the zoop. Try another kick.
AP at 30%.
First big hit wins. I'm going for kick. Got the kick. And with that, Z is done in the regular arena. Let us mark that. All the way up to Locksmith. Cool. I guess while we're here, don't want to go into the evaluation just yet. We can do some Mad Stomp. Let's see, last thing we did Mad Stomp going up was, and including, Hater. Next up is Sula.
Arena combat aptitude.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program. Number
Look,
14,
it takes a lot
Rank C.
to be Mad Stomp. I have 2 guns and they're both pretty suboptimal. Let me just focus on this. I will say that that went a lot better than I expected. And this one might go even better. So I think I'm back in the Mad Stomp mindset. The Mad Stomp mindset is that you can do no wrong.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
The shotgun combos out of everything. Like that, into this, into another this, because why not, into that, into this. Into that, into that. Nicely balanced.
AP at 50%.
Do. Circus done. Tsubasa done. Baron Flower on the way.
Arena.
Main
For how
system.
dead last
Activating
Mad Stomp
combat
is in
mode.
the arena, it does feel pretty good to operate, because every individual thing you do has massive impact and pain. So like, even if you're struggling in the, like, being a good AC department, the hits you're giving feel satisfying. There we are. We just beat Oki. Carla time. A factor of Carla in this fight, because on one hand, yay, Carla is slow, easy to pin down with shotguns and kicks.
Main system.
Therefore, very likely to
Activating
chainsaw.
combat mode.
Bad news is that Carla is going to stagger me so fast with all those missiles that I cannot actually maintain any combo whatsoever. like so. One more shot. And I bungled it by firing too early. Well, at least this gives me the opportunity to kick. And whiff that too. There we go. Not optimal, but I'll take it. Yeesh. Well, that does it. Carla down. Next up is Cold Call, which might be trouble. I don't want to be anywhere near a Wooger Lord like Cold Call.
Main system activating combat mode.
But I gotta. As demonstrated why that's a problem. At least he's consistent enough to hit. How did you miss, Mad Stomp? You was right there.
AP at 50%.
The energy reload. Bad melee, but not punished for it. Keep shotgunning.
AP at 30%.
The chainsaw was unnecessary. A kick would have done it, but the chainsaw feels nice to do. Time for Rusty. The diametric opposite of Mad Stomp in a sense. And Invincible Rummy in general.
Combat aptitude of
Invincible Rummy is full of himself and insane, while also being the worst ever, while Rusty is a lot more like humble and friendly and all for the best, even though he's trying to not look like it. Mad Stomp is slow and bulky. Steel Haze is nimble and frail. Rusty is optimized far too much for long range for what it does. Mad Stomp is optimized for far too close range for what it does. And time for Honest Brute, also known as Madder Stomp. By me, just now. Not particularly at any other point or by any other person.
arena combat.
Just in that exact moment.
Main system activating combat mode.
If you missed it, you missed it. I apologize. You're gonna sit there, you're sitting there. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, he countered me. He did my thing, but to me. How dare you use the chainsaw attached to your AC for its purposes of cutting into things, including myself.
Combat mode.
Come on, that was going so well, too. There we go. Easy Milktooth victory. And then let's do Nile.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
That was very terrestrial, but Nile's also very missile. In this instance, Nile is Carla, but slightly better. Done. When you get into the rhythm of Mad Stomp and everything goes right, the fights are actually over very quickly. You can go on to Snail.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Gotta watch out, because Snail is gonna start by ramming into us on a straight line. Oh, I tried really hard to counteract it with my own destructive attack. Nice. Imagine how embarrassing it would be for Snail to have lost to Mad Stomp. I'm going to be going a little over time to my normally allocated stream time. My normally allocated maximum stream time. But let's clear out Mad Stomp all the way to the end of the regular arena. So it's only integration left for everybody that isn't on the leading edge of progress. Oh. Not punished for my hubris. A rare change from the norm. Get back here, you.
50%. At 30%.
Okay. But it was working. Mad Stomp can muscle through a lot.
Main
Not
system
chartreuse.
Activating combat mode.
Get the Ian back. Done. Time for Dolmayan should be reasonably okay, especially if they try to foolishly hit me with an uncharged melee attack.
Main system
Because
activating.
then I will be able to counter. I'm also learning that you don't need to stagger someone to hit them with the charged chainsaw. They'll stick anyway, because the charge shot has its own, like, internal built-in stagger thing. So I can just do this. And boom, they're hit. Then I shotgun them, hit them with a kick, and then head back out. Now I'm winning. Surprised how that didn't hit. Good. Dolmayan down. Time for King. Shield might be a little bit of a bother, but I don't think it will be all too prohibitive.
Main system activating combat mode.
It means that I probably will have to stagger King in order to do the chainsaw. But that just means I don't have to second guess myself if I have no other options. Get back here. He staggered me. I powered through the assault armor while chainsawing. Wild. I might lose for it, but that was hilarious. So close. Gotta be greedy. I should have backed off.
System activating combat mode.
Away quickly. All the better.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
I completely wasted all of my AP just trying to walk forward with the
System
chainsaw.
activating combat mode.
Should have kicked more.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Little awkward on the positioning, but it worked. From Michigan, and then it will be Freud, and then we will have beaten the entirety of the regular arena as Mad
Arena
Stomp
combat.
on this venture.
Main system activating combat mode.
Back off.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Close. I think I got a 2-bit blind to the aggression. I stayed there too long and I got hit by everything. Lagertail very much disincentivizes being close for extended periods of time. What with the explosive thrower and the Gatling gun. Missed.
AP at 50%.
There we go. Nice. Time for Freud.
Final arena combat aptitude evaluation.
Let's do this.
Main system activating combat mode.
Infroidulate.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
We're there. We are there. I hit restart instead of exit. That doesn't matter. I won.
Main system activating combat mode.
Yeah, here, Freud. You don't get a rematch. We got him. We did it. Okay, let's update the spreadsheet. That is Mad Stomp complete up to and including Locksmith. Okay, so for those of you just tuning in, I can now tell you the exact details of the spreadsheet's completion status. Hermit through Infection are fully complete. Guidance through Deep Down is fully complete. UAU, Burn Pickaxe, and Mad Stomp are complete up to and including Locksmith. In addition, Mad Stomp has already beaten Nightfall, Steelhaze, Ordis, O3 Hal, and Echo. In addition, in the later fights, Open Faith has already beaten Umber Ox, Mind Alpha has already beaten Reconfig, Locksmith has already beaten Umber Ox as well, Ligertail has already beaten Rubiconian and Mind Gamma, Mind Alpha has beaten Trainer, Trainer and Tester have beaten each other and themselves. In addition, Tester has beaten Aster Crown. Corporation has beaten Ligertail, and Nightfall has beaten Steel Haze. And with that, that is where we conclude right now. Generally speaking, I would say it is 21 out of 42 ACs done, with a few more very well along. So, officially, I'm gonna say over halfway there. Pretty good stuff. Also, to those of you who are at the end of the stream and the beginning of the stream, thank you for enjoying the new variation of Excels, even though it's technically a worse experience for you, if we're being exact here, but that's fine. That's fine. It's cooler, it's more immersive, it's more engaging, kind of. If everyone wanted things to be supremely easy and not involved at all, there would be no video games, only movies. I'm Exception. This is In TV. Have a good day and good night.